Okay, can you hear me?
TJ?
Let's open up with a word of prayer. If you bow your heads. Father God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all that you bless us with. Thank you for the blessing of life. We ask you to forgive us when we fail you. Pray that as we go about our business today, Lord, that we'll make decisions that are pleasing to you. That your will be done. We ask this in your name. Amen. We're ready to go on the record. The board's made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. We're a three-member panel of the board with 1 member serving as an alternate who will not participate in the deliberations or the decision concerning the case. Our board members today are Laura Moore, nurse practitioner, Ms. Nancy Norris Johnson, LPN, Jeremy Cummins, LPN, and TJ Adams, RN. Our Assistant Attorney General, Mr. Edward Wiggins, will preside over our cases. We're ready to begin.
Right, good morning, everyone. The first matter before the board panel, license number R893249, Aaron Carr. Note for the record that she is represented by Attorney Gordon Sanford.
Yes, that's right.
We'll begin today with opening statements. We'll hear arguments from both sides. We'll have an opportunity for questions to be asked and answered. At the conclusion of the presentation of both arguments, we will have closing statements. The board will make findings of fact, conclusions of law, and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of the conclusion of these proceedings. At this time, I'll ask that all witnesses be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, thank you. For the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. Are there any preliminary matters, Ms. Austin?
Yes, Your Honor, we would ask that exhibits B1 through B10 be admitted into evidence today. And a copy of these have been provided to Mr. Sanford.
Any objection, Mr. Sanford?
No objection.
Those exhibits are admitted. All right, this is a show cause hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, we can begin with your opening statement.
I do have one additional preliminary matter. Mr. Sanford has represented that Ms. Carr has now legally changed her name to Sanford, so it would be Erin Elizabeth Sanford.
Aaron Sanford.
Spell it for the record, please.
Erin is the same Erin Sanford, Sanford. Last name.
Thank you.
I will do my best today to call her Miss Sanford.
Right, you can begin with your opening statement.
Thank you. On or about December the 15th, 2020, Mrs. Sanford entered into the Mississippi Nurse Volunteer Program and signed an agreement with this board wherein she agreed to certain conditions. The evidence today will show that she has been non-compliant with those conditions. Specifically, the evidence will show that she has been non-compliant with drug screening and has failed to report prescription medication to the program prior to taking that medication in violation of the agreement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sanford.
Do I need this microphone? Can everybody, Mr. Adams, can you hear me okay if I don't use a microphone?
I can hear you good right now.
All right. Thank you. My name is Sandy Sanford. I am here as Erin's lawyer. The real reason I'm here is I'm also her brother. We're happy to have the chance to come before you today. When I first read through this complaint and this case, first really question that came to my mind was to my sister. This is fairly black and white. You know, why could you just not comply with, these are fairly straightforward requirements for this program. Erin has never been defensive, has never been anything other than conciliatory and humble. And I think that's what you'll hear today. There are a few points in the allegations that we'll try to give you some perspective on. But what I don't think you'll hear is a lot of denials, a lot of excuses, a lot of things like that. She's here to explain kind of how things happen, why things happen, but also comes to this board with great humility and hope that we can get things back on track and understand. In a lot of ways, I think you'll understand that Erin has done the really hard work involved in what she's going through in not practicing, in continuing to see physicians, in continuing to be in treatment plans, in greatly reducing the prescriptions she has, those types of things. But when it comes to the actual, some of the requirements of the plan that she signed up for, the volunteer nurse program, for lack of a better word, in some ways, she's just been kind of disorganized in her approach to that. And that's not minimizing it. That's just the reality. And that's what I hope you will understand, at least when we go through this. I'm not going to say anything else about that. I want to let her tell the story. So from there, that's all I have for now.
What is the correct mailing address for Ms. Sanford?
My mailing address is 911 Buena Vista Street. That's Pascagoula, Mississippi, 39567.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Austin, may begin.
The board calls Casey Loper. Please state your name, address, or county of residence, excuse me, and place of employment for the record.
My name is Casey Loper. I am a resident of Rankin County and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
2 years, 11 months.
And what position do you hold with the Board of Nursing?
I'm the MMVP Program Manager,
And what does MMVP stand for? What's that acronym?
the Mississippi Nurse Voluntary Program.
And could you tell us the purpose of that program?
It is an alternative to discipline program for nurses that have substance abuse and or mental health issues that wish to transition into recovery while maintaining their license.
And what are your duties as program manager?
I carry a caseload in which I monitor and support some of the participants. I also help with networking and program development.
If you would please turn to what has been marked as Exhibit B3 and identify that document, please.
That is the license verification for Ms. Sanford.
And what does this show the license type is for Ms. Sanford?
A registered nurse.
And when was she first issued that license?
on February 6, 2013.
And if you would please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B5 and identify that document, please.
That is her notification of hearing and that there was charges against her for disciplinary action.
Okay, and if you'd look at the second page of Exhibit B5, what is this document?
That is the complaint against her.
And what is the complaint list as the basis of the charges today against Mrs. Sanford?
That she failed or refused to comply with her agreement.
And specifically looking at the complaint, what were the areas that it lists or the facts that it lists as the reason for her being non-compliant?
That on November 3rd, 2021, that she had a temporary monitoring interruption for 3 months that was extended to 6 months. And on February 14th, 2022, a PMP was ran on her, which showed 2 controlled substances that MMVP was not made aware of prior to her taking the medication. She had missed 47 check-ins and 3 drug screens and had 5 letters of concern.
And if you would turn over to one more page, or I guess 2 more pages, and identify what that document is, please.
That is the order suspending her license.
And on what date was that order issued?
September the 6th, 2022.
If you would please turn to what's been marked as Exhibit B10 and identify that document, please.
That is her MMVP monitoring agreement.
And did she sign and execute this agreement?
She did.
Now, I believe just going back, just give us a brief overview of her participation. She signed this agreement in December of 2020, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there was a brief interruption.
There was a brief interruption that was agreed upon by our eligibility committee and our legal counsel at the time and the program to allow Ms. Carr to tend to her mental health and get things in order.
And if you would look at what is Section E of this agreement, I believe it's the 3rd page of Exhibit B10. And just summarize for us what Mrs. Carr agreed with.
That she would do 18 to 24 drug screens a year. And that she would check in daily to find out if she had a drug screen.
And if you briefly tell the board panel how the drug screen process works, how does she check in?
So we enter some information into the online portal that we use, which is Spectrum. Spectrum then takes that information and sets up a profile for random drug screens. The participant checks in daily. When they check in, it will say that you are or are not selected for testing that day. Once you find out if you're selected for testing, then you would activate that test and then follow through the process, including putting in a chain of custody form number after you've completed the drug screen.
And you may have said this, but what are the hours during the day that a participant can check in?
They are to check in between 3 a.m. and 5 p.m. So they have that window. We do encourage them to check in earlier in the day so that they can accommodate testing if selected.
Can they check in on their mobile devices as well?
So they can call in, they can download it, or they can check in from any web browser.
And if you would, looking at B10 under Section C, could you just summarize what's also required under Section C of the monitoring agreement?
So Section C discussed that they are to practice total abstinence, including prescription medication, illicit drugs, any narcotics. That if they do receive counter medication, that if they do take any medication, that they are to let us know about that medication.
And did Mrs. Sanford initial this document, this section as well?
She did.
And if you would lastly turn over to what is Section Q of the agreement and summarize what this section required of Mrs. Sanford. Not required, what it notified Mrs. Sanford of.
So Q discussed program completion or termination. So somebody will successfully complete the program when they receive written confirmation from our program. If they fail to comply with the terms of the agreement, if they're unable to practice according to acceptable prevailing standards of safe care, or if we receive information that they committed additional grounds for violation of the nurse practice law or if they receive a criminal conviction or enter the plea of guilty, then they would be terminated from the program.
And when you accept someone into the MNVP as a participant, do you go through this agreement with each participant? Tell us what that process is.
So we go over the agreement with the participant prior to them entering the program over the phone, so that they have time to really think about what the agreement entails, think about questions, have an opportunity to ask those questions prior to signing the agreement itself. So then at that time, the agreement has gone over again with the participant. They're allowed to ask questions. And then they sign the agreement when they feel comfortable.
Mrs. Sloper, I'd ask you now to turn to B6 and identify what this document is, please.
B6 is a compliance report that was run in the Spectrum system.
And you touched on this earlier, but just for clarity, what is Spectrum?
Spectrum is the online system that we use for random drug screens and check-ins and communication.
And if you would, looking in this document, going from January 1st of 2021 until August 5th of 2022, how many missed check-ins did Mrs. Sanford have?
So this one that's in front of us goes to more recently, but about that time was about 47 missed check-ins.
Okay. And if you look at the third page, specifically on 6/1/2022, could you tell us what it shows listed?
On the fourth page.
I'm sorry, on the fourth page.
Okay.
Can't count. I believe it's the third page, page 3 of 4, on 6/1/2022. Could you tell us what that shows?
Yeah, I don't.
Page 4 of.
Oh, you, okay. Mine has page 3. I'm sorry. The exhibit has page 4.
So on 6/1/2022, Ms. Sanford was a no-show to a drug screen,
And what is shown on 7/11/2022?
that she was a no-show for a drug screen.
And what is shown on August the 5th, 2022?
She was a no-show for a drug screen.
And could you explain to the board panel what no-show means?
Those were days that Ms. Sanford was selected for drug testing and did not complete her drug test.
Could you describe to the board panel what your line of communication was with Ms. Sanford? Did you communicate with her regularly?
We do try to communicate with our participants regularly to make sure that we understand what's going on with them, to let them know that we see issues. Ultimately, we also issue letters of concern outlining things that have been violated in the agreement as well.
And you mentioned letters of concern. Let's just go ahead and go to that. Exhibit B7. Would you turn there and identify that for the record, please?
The first page of B7 is where we had attempted to contact Ms. Sanford several times, and we were unable to make contact with her during that time. So we sent a certified letter in the mail to her in attempt to reach her, because it was out of Ms. Sanford's typical behavior to be unreachable like that.
And how many letters of concern did you ultimately send Ms. Sanford?
5. Once she resumed monitoring from her monitoring interruption.
And let's go back to exhibit B9, if you would identify that for the record, please.
That's the PMP that was ran on Ms. Sanford.
And I believe you testified earlier that she has to report prescription medications to you prior to taking them. Is that correct?
That's
Just
correct.
as part of her agreement?
Yes.
And if you would, and looking at this PMP, can you tell us what the 2 prescription medications for controlled substances were that she did not report to the program?
I believe at the time it was the lorazepam and the gabapentin.
Is it fair to say, Mrs. Sloper, that you were in regular contact with Ms. Sanford related to her noncompliance?
Yes, there was, there's some notes that were of when we attempted to have phone calls or did have phone calls. And attempts to try to get her back on track.
And is it always your goal with MMBP to work with the participant in trying to assist and keep the participant compliant?
Yeah, we want our participants to be successful in the program and successful in their recovery. So we do try to make multiple attempts to assist them in redirecting their behavior and changing their behavior to be in compliance with their monitoring agreement.
And did you do that in this particular case with Ms. Sanford?
I did.
No further questions.
Mr. Sanford.
One second. It's Ms. Loper, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just have a few things just to follow up, make sure that I'm clear about a couple of things. If you will look back at the complaint, which I think is exhibit E5, that you listed a minute ago, you went through kind of the allegations there.
Yes, sir.
And if you look at the paragraph, about the fourth paragraph down, where it said, responding failed and or refused to comply with the agreement to do the following.
Yes, sir.
The one right under it, where it says on November 3rd, 2021, she requested a temporary monitoring interruption for 3 months in order to tend her mental health. This was then extended for a total of 6 months, with participant resuming monitoring on May 4th, 2022. It is, just so I'm clear or understand, is there anything in that paragraph that is showing that she's not complying with the program, or is that just kind of a factual setup of the other stuff? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I think I understand your question. So that is not, that is a statement of fact.
Okay.
Completely. That's not, she didn't violate anything in that.
Thank you.
That was agreed.
I would have asked your counsel if I thought about it ahead of time. So-
That's
so
fine.
I thought that was the case. I just wanted to make sure that we covered all the ones that were actually an issue. And you mentioned that the 3 missed drug tests that from Ms. Sanford. Are you aware, and you can refer to that she has ever taken a drug test and failed it?
Give me just a second and I can tell you from the report.
Well, you can look back.
So according to the report, Ms. Sanford completed 15 drug screens, of all which were negative.
And on the PMP that we talked on the B, I think that was B9. The 2 controlled substances that it says controlled substances in the complaint were you said lorazepam.
And the gabapentin, I believe, were the 2 that we were referring to at the
Okay.
time.
And those were both controlled. When you say controlled, is that like schedules?
They're
Was there both
scheduled.
Scheduled at
Yes.
the time in 2021? Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions from the board panel for this witness? Follow up, Ms. Osmond.
No, Your Honor.
She can be excused.
Yes. Thank you.
Have another witness.
Hang on.
Okay. Aaron, please state your name.
Aaron Sanford.
And your address is on the record already. I'm gonna ask you some questions, really just focused on a little bit of background your health, where it was, where it is, and the specific allegations.
Okay.
And so let's go through that. What year did you become licensed to practice nursing in Mississippi?
2013, I graduated in 2012.
Okay. And what you had a nursing degree and
I have a bachelor's in biology. I have a bachelor's in nursing and a master's in gerontology.
you might speak up just. A little.
Okay.
While you were practicing, and since you entered into the volunteer program, have you practiced nursing at all since you entered into it?
Since I entered in, I did practice for a couple months at Memorial Hospital. I did gastroenterology, and I practiced there in 2021 for a couple months.
But I mean, you haven't been practicing nursing anytime
No,
in the recent future, because that's one of the conditions, right?
no, I haven't. Not since I was told I could not.
Right, okay, and I'm sorry if that was confusing, since that's just one of the requirements, you have not done that. So what are you doing right now, occupation wise, what are you doing for work without the nursing?
Right now I coach a varsity and junior varsity soccer team for a Catholic school in Pascagoula. I also caregive, non-medical caregive for a lady with dementia. So I just remind her of her medications, when to take her shower. I make sure she eats, basic stuff, take her on errands to doctor's appointments, things like that.
And when you were practicing nursing, was that kind of your passion? What were the types of work you mostly did?
My true passion is gerontology, geriatrics, mainly Alzheimer's, dementia, elderly care, whether that was in the home or in a facility. I also did a little hospice, which was very tough. But I would say my background, if you look at my career, it was mainly geriatrics. That's where my heart is.
Okay. You decided, you agreed to go become a part of this, the volunteer program, right?
Yes, I did.
Where were you at the time and how did that decision kind of come about?
Okay, at the time, I was at Pine Grove Women's Center. I was in a state of probably not the healthiest mental state. I had some substance abuse issues and I didn't think I was safe to practice nursing at the time. I felt it would be a great accountability, a great path to get on the right track, and also support from the board to join the program, to get back, as Casey had said, on track.
And that was, okay, there were mental, elaborate a little bit more. Mental is in like anxiety.
Some severe depression, anxiety, some paranoia that kind of tied into that depression.
And at that time, and this was in what year?
That was 2020 when I signed the agreement.
Okay, and so it was, you mentioned substance abuse. What was the substance issue you're referring to?
I was using Kratom.
And so you went into that program, you were at Pine Grove inpatient, you
Mhm.
came out and you agreed, you had made contact with Casey in the program while you were in there, is that right?
While I was in the Women's Center, I was in contact with Casey. The day I got out, the day I got discharged, I came up to the board and signed the agreement with her.
That was 2020. You mentioned the substance abuse, but the mental, you left that program, you signed the volunteer program. That did not, you continued your work. So tell us what you're doing today, 2 years later, for your issues, mental health issues and other things.
Okay.
As far as-
Currently, I have no issues with drug or alcohol. I see a doctor, Dr. Gregory Fox, for psychiatric treatment, medications, monitoring. He's through Singing River Health Systems. I also see a counselor named Jessica that works with her, that works with Dr. Fox, to ensure that my mental health is getting better. I've come a long way in the past 2 years, for sure. They also have a crisis line in case anything like in the past has happened that I'm able to contact. There's group therapy if I need to go. They can do family sessions as well. But they've been really helpful. Dr. Fox, I see him every 3 months. If I need to see him sooner, he's right there. He'll meet with me for an hour, or if I only need 10 minutes. He's very supportive. I think at the time when I got out of Women's Center, I was taking a good bit of medication, and that's cut down greatly. I think I'm only taking 3 medications and 1 is needed.
Okay. And you mentioned, which I think, just to be clear, alcohol, illegal drugs, that's no part of your
Yes.
program or your issue or
No.
anything you're doing.
That has not been an issue.
So if we could, let's talk about the actual complaint now, for a few minutes.
Okay.
We know that there are 4 allegations here, but just generally, would you agree that you have not done your best at complying with the terms of the program?
I would agree. I have, can y'all hear me okay? Okay, I have been a bit disorganized. I have been non-compliant, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not making an excuse. But I have been a little bit disorganized with my check-ins and such.
Okay. You heard Ms. Loper testify.
I did.
Overall, has she been a helpful resource to you?
She has. She's been very supportive, and we did have a great deal of communication.
Okay. So the first allegation in the complaint, that's not just a fact base, is that the program ran the PMP and found 2 controlled substances that you had not reported.
Yes, sir.
Now, at that time, you mentioned Dr. Fox earlier. At that time, is that the physician that you were seeing and who would have prescribed these medications you mentioned?
Yes.
And do you remember which medications those were?
Yes, Dr. Fox prescribed me gabapentin and lorazepam, both for anxiety. The gabapentin at the time I was not aware was a controlled substance. And the lorazepam he had reported in a quarterly report, but I hadn't reported it individually, and I wasn't aware I needed to. So I think that was.
Okay. So to be clear, I mean, you understood that Dr. Fox was sending these directly to the board,
Yes,
but you did not specifically do that
I
yourself?
did not.
Okay. You will, of course, in the future would do that, right? Directly?
Yes.
Okay. The next complaint is you had 47 missed check-ins. What is that about? Well, explain that to the panel.
It wasn't a matter of maliciousness or I'm just not going to go. I don't care. I was some of the time not in the best state of mind and very disorganized in this. I think going forward, if I were to ever get the opportunity to stay in the program, I would have an alarm. I would have a regiment, and it would become part of my everyday. I think I just got a little bit off track with the organization.
There are 3 drug tests listed here. June 1st, July 11th, and August 5th, all of 2022.
Yes,
Before we talk about each one, you would admit that you did not complete drug tests on those days, right?
yes, I admit that.
You're not disputing that, you're not arguing, right? But let's talk about them. On June the 1st, that drug test that you missed, can you tell us briefly kind of what happened? I just, so we can get kind of an idea of what was on your mind at the time, June
Okay.
1st.
Well, as Ms. Loper said, that the window to sign in was 3 a.m. to 5 p.m. I had signed in right before 5 p.m. For this particular test, it was at Coastal Family Health. Usually I would normally go to the hospital. This was a special panel, and when I called Coastal Mental Health, they were closed. I called Affinity, the compliance program, and I didn't contact Ms. Loper till the next day. When I talked to her, she said we had that window. When I talked to her about them being closed, she said we had that window and we had to sign in between that window.
Okay, so when you checked in that time, the drug test gave you a specific facility that you had to go to, is that
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
And that facility closed at 5 o'clock. Is that
It
your
did.
understanding?
Mhm. Yes,
Okay, and in that occasion, you checked in just before 5 o'clock to your best of your memory, right?
yes, sir. Yeah,
Okay, and so by the time you checked in and to your memory call, they were closed, right?
yes.
What did you learn from that experience?
That I did need to check in sooner. I think that showed that checking in right before 5 o'clock was not the best decision.
The July 11th, when you missed that drug test, do you have any memory or recollection of that one?
I cannot recall why I missed that drug test.
And then on the August the 5th drug test of 2022, what happened on that one?
On August the 5th, I signed in. I received that I would have a drug test that day. I was in Fort Morgan with my family, and there was nowhere to check in and drug test near where I was. I had called Miss Loper and left a message. I didn't hear anything. So that day I did not take the drug test.
So those. I'm sorry. Let me get to- Okay. On I guess the final allegation is there were 5 letters of concern, which really is probably reflective mostly of the things we've already talked about. So I won't go into detail, but I did want to ask you, because I think one of these letters was came up with Miss Loper. She explained it, and I believe it was on this July 27th letter, which is the first page of B7. You tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
She had in the past been able to reach you and you communicate, and then she couldn't get in touch with you during this time. And then they sent this letter, but just so we can be clear, can you kind of clear up why she couldn't get in touch with you at that time and why they weren't able?
Yes, at that time I was at Westway, the state mental hospital. I was undergoing medical treatment for mental health, and that's why she couldn't get in touch with me. There had never been a point where I got out of touch with her unless I was in a facility.
Before I get to the last few things, have I missed anything as far as the allegations, the drug test, the check-ins, the letters confirmed, anything I've missed on those specifically?
I don't think so.
Okay. We talked a little bit early about kind of what you've done since this time in 2 years ago about your mental health and the treatment. You have, just to be clear, you feel like, and meeting with the same doctor a lot of time, that you're in a lot better place. Is that right?
Very much so, yes.
Your number of prescription meds by that doctor are reduced.
Yes, significantly.
Have you ever taken a drug test through this program and failed it?
I have not.
Okay. All right. First, a couple more questions. If I were in the position of this panel right now, the first thing I would really want to ask you is, do you really want to be in this program?
I really do. I really want to be in the program if it means keeping my license. Nursing is really dear to me. And if I had the privilege to stay a part of this program, I would do everything I could to be in compliance in order to keep my license.
And when you say everything you could, that you can do I mean, most of the things that we're here about today are avoidable with a good
Yes.
organized plan, right?
Mhm.
This is your chance. I don't have any more questions, but if you have any final brief, like things that if you'd like to say to the panel, this is your chance.
I think I'm not here to make an excuse. I'm not here to deny that I have been uncompliant. I know that if I had the privilege to be back in this program, I would do everything I could to make sure I checked in, to make sure I attended every drug test, to stay away from substances as I am, to keep going to my psychiatrist, to my therapist, stay in touch with Casey when I needed to. And as I said, being a nurse is really important, and I would do whatever I had to do.
That's all.
Thank you. Ms. Osmond, any questions for this witness?
Just a few questions. Mrs. Sanford, is it your testimony today that you don't have any issues with drugs or alcohol other than kratom? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And currently I haven't had any issues with that.
So previously kratom was the drug of choice?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't deny that you had the 47 missed check-in?
No, ma'am, I do not deny that.
And you don't deny that there were 3 times that you were selected and didn't provide a specimen, although I do understand you had some reasons that you discussed earlier. Is that correct?
I do not deny that. Yes, ma'am.
And you don't deny that you failed to provide Mrs. Loper with information related to your prescription history. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're not denying the charges today. Could you tell the board panel what you would do differently if you were allowed to go forward in the program?
Oh, gosh. I would set an alarm right when I wake up in the morning, same time every day, check in. It takes about an hour for the hospital to get the order to go do a drug screen. So I would make sure they have the order. That's the most time efficient. Go get my drug screen. If I had something going on, making sure that's a priority throughout the day. I would make sure to stay in my therapy, taking my medication as prescribed. I would continue to work and do anything I had to do to be in compliance. As I said, the check-in is the most important. And showing up for the drug test. If there was a situation where I had to go out of town, if there was a situation, I would make sure that I was organized enough to get back in town or figure something out. It would become part of my lifestyle, no question. And it would be a priority.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from the board panel?
Good morning.
Couple questions. You'd said that when you had your missed 47 check-in, that it appears to be pretty consecutive as far as what I'm looking at. You said you weren't in the best headspace. Can you elaborate on that a little?
Yeah, I think, going into this program, and the reason why I signed up for this program is I wasn't in the best mental state, anxiety wise, depression wise. At the time, I think I didn't have necessarily the organizational skills, or I don't know. I don't want to say motivation because I was motivated, but just disorganization, not signing in, being scattered with the depression and anxiety, having that as kind of a barrier.
You said at the time, but kind of what I'm seeing here is some pretty recent ones.
Yes,
As recent as November 27th.
Yes, I have had some recent missed check-ins. I haven't missed any drug screens. But again, just trying to get back on track, and I can't deny them. Just getting my organization.
So do you feel that you're in a better headspace now?
I think I'm in a very good headspace, and I think I could.
Shift.
A couple years ago, I was at a point where, like I said, I didn't feel like I could practice nursing. I didn't feel like I could really hold a job. As I've gone through this program, as I've gone through therapy and with my psychiatrist, decrease in meds, exercise, and just getting in a healthier headspace, I'd say over the past year, I've made like leaps and bounds, and I'm able to do, anything I've needed to do, things that mental health was getting in the way of. It's not getting in the way of anymore. And this hearing process has been very humbling. And
what would you say your sobriety date is?
I would say when I reported, I haven't had issues since then.
And the only issue that you had was with kratom, is that correct? And how long did you use kratom?
I'm sorry. Probably for about a year off and on.
And what led you to using the kratom? And
It was a coping mechanism for anxiety. It helped with my anxiety at the time.
what were you using before the kratom?
I didn't have issues with anything else. I had been prescribed medication in the past, but I had never had any substance issues.
Okay. So when you were admitted into Pine Grove Women's, how long were you there?
I was there for 90 days.
30 days.
I had gone there, gone short term to Forest General from Women's Center, and then they sent me back to Women's Center. I had some acute issues going on during the Women's Center.
Okay, so kind of what, did you kind of self?
I did self-report.
to Pine Grove?
I did.
So then you were there for 90 days, and when you were discharged is when you signed the MNVP, and that's what you consider your start of your sobriety. Okay, and you said that you kind of reduced a lot of your medication. Currently lorazepam and gabapentin are your only.
I'm not taking gabapentin. I take lorazepam as needed, very much titrated from what I was taking. I take a medication called Caplyta, which is like a mood stabilizer. That's been very helpful. And I have a blood pressure medication as needed in situations where I would have anxiety but not be able to take lorazepam.
And do you have a like specific diagnosis that you were given?
Generalized anxiety disorder and depression.
And how long have you, or when did you stop working as a nurse?
The
last time?
Well, with the program, I hadn't worked since 2021. It probably was around April of 2021.
And then you also mentioned that you were at the state hospital.
In Laurel, Mississippi.
Tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, they had sent me, I was at Forest General, the mental health, and they sent me to Westway. They didn't want to quite send me home yet, and I hadn't been there yet. They had a program to further stabilize my medication and have therapy, and they weren't quite ready to send me home, so they sent me there.
And how long were you there?
I believe, let's see, I was there about a month, a little over a month, July 7th to August 25th,
And what year was that?
2021.
You mentioned that you were seeing counselors,
Mm.
maintaining your appointments.
Yes, ma'am.
How often are you seeing a counselor or therapist?
I see a therapist. I see a therapist once every 2 months, and I see my doctor every 3 months. But if I need to see either one of them sooner, I just get on a cancellation list or they work me in.
Do you do any,
Therapist at Singing River.
okay. Do you do any type of any meetings, group therapy, group meetings, anything like that?
Currently, I'm not. I have in the past, and they are very helpful, and I'd like to go back to doing those.
Okay.
I think it's just an extra accountability thing.
Do you feel that you have a good support system?
I have a very good support
Right now,
system.
is it different than it was when you were having a lot more of your mental health issues?
I think I've always had a good support system, but I think now that we've gone through this and you know what I need to do and all that, I think everybody's on board at supporting it, especially my doctor. My doctor's well aware of everything. My therapist and my family is really great too.
The last thing, I know that you kind of discussed some ways that you would be more accountable with the program, but and I'm really just asking, did you not really take it that seriously before? Did you not know the severity of?
I don't know if it was not taking it seriously because I take anything with the Board of Nursing very seriously. I do think that in my mental state and like I've said, disorganization, I may have not thought of the seriousness of it at the time because of where my headspace was. But I definitely realize that now.
You feel that you're safe to practice as a nurse?
I feel like I would be right now, yes. But I know with the program, I have to be compliant, and I have to work my way into that. And I respect that.
Were there any specific triggers as a nurse that caused you to have mental health issues?
Just the stress of it. I mean, there's no the stress of nursing, you know, did contribute to some of my mental health, but I also had other things in life going on.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Thank you.
Anything further from the panel?
Ms. Sanford, did you receive the 5 letters that came from you,
Yes, sir.
reminding you of the program and your responsibilities?
Yes, sir.
I think Ms. Moore asked most of the questions I had, but this is the most pertinent question I have. September the 6th, and Exhibit 5 dated September the 6th, you received a letter to report before the board. Is that correct? Exhibit 5, you received a letter on September 6th from the board.
I'm trying to find that. Exhibit B5.
The letter dated September 6th, report before the board, October 5th. I assume that was
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
carried over.
Yes, sir.
As early as a week and a half ago, you were missing check-ins.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you told us in your statement that you missed your check-ins, you missed your testing because your mental state wasn't where it needed to be and you were disorganized.
Mhm.
In the last week and a half, has your mental state changed?
I don't think my mental state has changed, no, and I don't deny missing those tests. I think, like I said, changing the way I organize and signing in and being accountable and making that an everyday thing will help me a lot. But no, I think my mental state is very good.
I just need you to see what we're seeing.
Yeah.
You've had 2 years to pull it all together.
Yes,
You've
sir.
had 5 reminders from the board, 5 chances. Most people don't get 5 chances.
Mhm.
You got 5 chances to get it right. And a week and a half ago, you couldn't get it right. So I guess we need to be convinced that something has changed. I mean, you can put plans in place, but on September the 6th, when you received a letter to appear before the board, you would have thought that you would have put your plans in
Yes,
place
sir.
at that point to get your plan together, I guess I would say. So I just wanted to find out what had changed. The other question I had, you said you haven't, when's the last time you attended any meetings?
2021.
So it's been about a year.
Yes, sir. A lot of that time of 2021, I was in the hospital. When I was in the hospital, I did attend meetings, and at the Women's Recovery Center, we had meetings every night. Those weren't reported on like an actual document, but
So you were at Pine Grove Women's for 30 days, right?
90 days.
90 days. I'm
Yes, sir.
90 days, so they've been 3 months. And then what other hospitalization you had at State Hospital?
The State Hospital and Gulfport Behavioral. I have a timeline if you.
How long were you there
Which one?
at State Hospital?
I was there for July 7th through 8/25. That was that first complaint. They couldn't get a hold of me.
Okay.
I was in the hospital.
For about 6 weeks you were there. Okay, and then what other hospitalization did you have in 21?
Gulfport Behavioral in April and in May, and Forest General in June to July. So it was continuous. I went from Gulfport Behavioral to Forest General to Westway.
And this
And then
all
else.
took place last year.
2021, yes, sir.
So you were continuously hospitalized from approximately April through,
Approximately April through July. August, I'm sorry, August 25th. Mm.
and so when you got out in August, we could have probably expected to see the change
Yes, sir.
that had taken place at that point.
In October, I went for a very short stay to Gulfport Behavioral. That was prior to asking for the monitoring interruption. I talked to my psychiatrist, and he thought it beneficial to me to focus on my mental health. And that's when I had asked for the monitoring interruption.
How long were you there in October? You said a short stay.
10/13 to 10/22. So,
9 days.
yeah.
And that was in October.
Yes, sir.
So after October of 2021, have you attended any meetings? I guess what I'm trying to find out, what's your accountability level from the time of your last hospitalization?
I haven't missed a doctor's appointment. I haven't missed a therapist appointment. I did miss check-ins, and I know that. I didn't miss drug screens since the complaint, and I've never failed a drug screen.
But we really don't have a proof of any non-failed drug screens in the last,
I took one not long ago, like 2 weeks ago, maybe,
something that's reported in our documents.
in there. Yes, sir.
That's all I
Anything further from the panel?
Mr. Wiggins, I have one question.
Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Ms. Stanford, you mentioned being disorganized and that being one of the reasons that you've missed check-ins. In your opinion, as a nurse working, isn't that one of the top priorities that you need every day would be prioritization and organization of caring for patients?
It very much is. And I think through this process, I've learned a lot about that and how to go about that and planned for it. And I do think that is an important thing in nursing. Yes, sir.
So, you know, your job has been in this program to be organized and check in. And I know that the questions from the panel are very similar to this, but you know, for us, we need to be convinced that you're on a pathway of getting right and turning around, and you've had many opportunities. Today, what changes? 2 weeks ago, you didn't check in, so we really don't have a pattern of reliability here.
I would just say if given the chance, I would show y'all that I could be 100% compliant, responsible, and organized. Like I said, I would check in every day. I would appear at everything, go to support groups when needed and lean on my support group when my support system, continue to go to and my therapist. I would give it my all. And if I had that privilege, I would not be non-compliant.
I have no further questions.
Anything further from the panel? So with the check-ins, are the check-ins daily?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so are you notified of that at the time you signed the agreement?
Yes, sir.
Any follow-up, Mr. Sam?
Yes. Just very briefly, when I talked with my sister, I think you probably know this from my opening remarks. I asked her the same questions you did. And that that what you are going to be asking for, you're going to be representing something that is a habit is different than what has been done. I mean, there's no way around that. And if you represent that, and if you cannot follow that, you're going to be in a lot worse position to stay in this program, to even want to stay in it. I can't say anything other differently than what Erin has said. I do believe that she appreciates the sincerity, the seriousness of this. We will not know. There's going to come a time, hopefully, there'll be a point where that started. She has convinced me. I don't know if she's convinced you. But I will say there was a couple, the drug tests, as far as the ones taken, they are on that exhibit, and you can see it up through October that she has taken that. The only thing I'd say to end this is,
Hold on, Mr. Sam.
sure. Yes, sir.
I was just trying to see if you had any follow-up questions for your client. You
Oh.
have an opportunity for-
Okay. I didn't want to take too much time. I was going to do it all. I do not have any follow-up. Thank you.
Anything additional for this witness, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the board panel? At this time, we can begin with closing statements. Salzman.
Mrs. Sanford entered into the MNVP on December the 15th, 2020. Upon entering into this program, she agreed to certain conditions. Today, the evidence has shown that Mrs. Sanford missed at least 47 drug tests. It's additionally shown that she was selected on 3 other occasions and failed to submit the required specimens. She has additionally been prescribed controlled substances that she also failed to report to the program. The program has worked with Mrs. Sanford. It has extended her agreement when she needed treatment, and has likewise been in regular contact with her and issued her 5 letters of concern in an attempt to assist her with meeting the terms of her agreement. Unfortunately, Mrs. Sanford has been non-compliant with the agreement, and she has violated Mississippi Code annotated 731529(1)(f). Thank you.
Ms. Sanders.
First, I would like to thank counsel for the board has been very professional. I'm also counsel for a state board. I understand the challenges and gatekeeping involved in that. So I do thank her. I guess I would summarize this like this. We have undisputedly a very talented young nurse here who in 2020 and 21 went through some pretty heavy mental, physical health situations. She spent, as the board summarized, several months, over 2 years, inpatient in places. Part of that, she was in this program. Even after that, there was just a lot going on in her mind, her life, and medically. It doesn't excuse her not complying. It certainly doesn't speak to the current missed check-ins, which aren't necessarily a part of the record, but they do show, can show some pattern. It has been overwhelming. To me, the good part is at least the volunteer program is 5 years. She cannot practice nursing even if this never happened today for until the end of 2025 for the program to even be over. There's no danger that she's going to be doing anything nursing wise. I would just ask the board, if possible, to give her one more chance at this, even if it's a 0 tolerance and you're out. Anything that gives her a way to stay in this program or a chance to stay in the program is what I would respectfully request of you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sanford. Okay, that will conclude this matter. Ms. Salzman, is the next matter ready to go forward?
Your Honor, the next matter would be Mr. Timothy South.
Are we excused?
Oh, sure, you just have a seat in the gallery. We'll see
Yeah.
how we deal with this.
Thank you all.
And I actually have a preliminary matter I'd like to request of the board panel before we begin with Mr. South's hearing.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and call the next matter before the board panel is regarding license number R701483. The licensee is Timothy South. Mr. South is present, represented by counsel J.L. Wilson.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Good morning. Mr. South here with me.
All right, you said there were some preliminary matters, Ms. Austin.
Yes, Your Honor. Last night or late yesterday afternoon, Mr. Wilson submitted an additional medical record that the board did not have previously. This matter had been presented to the board panel in April of 2022 as a potential settlement agreement. And today I would respectfully request, with the addition of this new medical record, that the board consider going into executive session and reconsider the agreed settlement proposal. I believe it's Mr. Wilson's representation that his client is still willing to agree to this. Obviously, if the board rejects it, modifies, and doesn't accept it, we will go forward with the hearing. But I would respectfully request the board panel look at this matter again in light of that additional document that was submitted last night. And I believe Mr. Wilson could speak to the fact that he just received the document.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Proceed.
sir, Your Honor. We join in that request. And I do have copies of the proposed exhibit that should the board members need for that executive.
I believe R1 is how it's been marked, and it is contained within the notebook at the very back of the proposed exhibit list. But if not,
I have an independent copy that makes it easier just to handle it. May I approach, please? Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm glad to offer a comment on what this record is.
You may.
So the VA record system is a little bit unique. I don't know if any of you've done any work with the VA treating through contractors. They have their own record system. You have your office, and then you have to document them separately. It's about a 700 or 800 page record. This matter was resolved civilly in 2018. The file was scanned and destroyed. The paper copies were, due to some changeover in personnel and computer systems, we did not have access to it. It was just not locatable. I found it in our final preparations. This is a page from that record from the same date of treatment. And if you look down about halfway, there is a prescription noted in the record that Mr. South wrote for albuterol. As I appreciate the issue that was predominantly before the board was there was an indication in the record that there was a recommendation that he use his father-in-law's albuterol. But as he would explain, and as this record documents, he actually did ultimately write a prescription on the date of the visit for albuterol. It shows that it was filled, and in the testimony from the family in the civil litigation was that they went to the pharmacy and he did not use his father-in-law's nebulizer. So since this was documentary evidence of that fact, we respectfully ask that that hopefully that addresses some of the concern board and that the agreed settlement proposal be reconsidered.
Okay, so we do have a agreed settlement proposal that has been agreed to by your client.
Yes, sir. Signed, notarized, and
this morning,
I believe signed by Council Officer as well.
Mr. Kelly has it, I believe.
Yes, he or the young lady that was with him that notarized it.
Okay, well, why don't we do this? Have to.
Old habits die hard. I'm very, very sorry in respect, but I don't feel like I can speak to the founder's fact without standing.
All right, let's, okay, at this point, I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to go into close determination regarding whether deliberation is necessary on license number R893249 and license number 701483. And on R701483, the board will consider the agreed settlement proposal as well as exhibit R1 that has been presented this morning. We just need a motion for that.
Make a motion.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? That motion carries unanimously. We'll now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session for deliberation on the aforementioned license numbers.
Make that motion.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The board panel is now in executive session for deliberation on these matters. We will return with a decision in each. Thank you. Certainly.
Straight out that door is on one left side, and it's into the hall.
Thank you.
They'll come back and they'll announce the decision on administrative. They do send the final orders in the mail, usually about 45 to 60 days afterward, but they do try to announce their decision on the record.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the record. We'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R 893-249, the board panel renders the following: revoked with drug-related recommendations to include chemical dependency evaluation, psychiatric psychological evaluation, submission of documents. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions? You may be excused. Following deliberation on license number R 701-483-NP, board panel renders the following: the agreed settlement proposal is approved. Are there any questions?
No, Your Honor.
May be excused.
Thank you to the board and hearing officer for their discretion, consideration, and the professionalism of council officers.
Your Spikes, I believe. Yes, everyone's present.
The next matter before the board panel, license number P 274063, Charlie Spikes.
That's it here.
Yes, sir. This is a restoration, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
We will begin with opening statements. We will allow an opportunity for each party to present their argument in support of their position. We'll also allow for questions to be asked and answered. The board panel will make findings of fact and conclusions of law. Copy of the order will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of conclusion of these proceedings. At this time, I'll ask that the witnesses be sworn in.
Raise your hand, please. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be true, and the truth and nothing but the truth of God.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Spikes, you're not represented by counsel, is that correct?
Right.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf. Further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf. Is your testimony you ready to proceed with this here?
Yes.
Move the mic a little closer, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Since this is a restoration, Mr. Spice, we will begin with you. If you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
I just request to have my license restored.
Ms. Osmond,
Yes, Your Honor. I would move to introduce into evidence exhibits B1 through B7. If B7 is not contained within your packet, I believe they're working on getting that currently, and we'll have it to you momentarily. And that does include a copy of the restoration packet that was submitted by Mr. Spites.
Mr. Spice, have you had an opportunity to review these documents?
Yes, that's true.
And we'll admit those documents.
Mr. Kelly's getting a copy of exhibit B7 as well.
Sure, we'll pause for a moment to allow for bring those.
Mr. Wiggins, for purposes of time, I could proceed with my opening while we wait for exhibit B7, if you would like me to do so.
Oh, if we can, that'll be fine.
Today, Mr. Spites is asking the board panel to restore his license to practice nursing, and the burden of proof is on Mr. Spites to show any and all evidence as to why restoration of his license or the privilege should be restored. Mr. Spites was licensed in the state as an LPN first in November of 1992. On October the 8th, 2020, a hearing was held before this board related to his license. Mr. Spites failed to show at that hearing, and on April the 15th, 2021, a final board order was entered against Mr. Spikes revoking his license for repeatedly making negligent entries and records in violation of Mississippi Code Annotated 7315-29-1G. Related to his failure to document administration of hydrocodone on 14 separate occasions between October and November of 2018 while he was employed at Jefferson Davis Extended Care in Prentiss, Mississippi. Mr. Spites is now seeking and has filed an application seeking restoration of his license. When considering this request, I would ask the board panel to carefully consider the following factors: the severity of his actions that resulted in the revocation of his license, his conduct prior to revocation of the license, his compliance with restoration requirements, whether he's in violation of any applicable statute, board, or rule or regulation, to look at his rehabilitative efforts, to consider his competency to practice nursing, and to lastly, his ability to safely practice nursing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Mr. Spice, you can now share with the board why you feel your license should be restored.
During all this time, I was dealing with the death of my wife. She died in 2019, December 2nd. Also, when I talked to lawyer Muttenzinger, is that right? Did I say it right? Anyway, Wesley,
Yes.
yes. Okay. Anyway, I had called him and talked to him when I got the final order and all this kind of stuff, and he told me that I could settle. All right, well, I just wanted everything to go away. I didn't want to be alive at that time. And he sent me over my phone the document to read to and agree to it. And I did. I told him, I said, yeah, I'll do that. It was like $250 and attend some classes. And while I was waiting on the stuff to come in the mail, I was thinking that it was coming in the mail. So about 7 or 8 days later, I called him back, and that's when he told me, yeah, I've already had the hearing. That's how I missed the hearing.
Ms. Lawson, any question for Mr. Spice?
Your Honor. Mr. Spikes, I see that you've been licensed since 1992. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the board your educational background?
PRC was where I went to it took a year.
Where did you say?
PRC.
PRC?
Mm-hmm.
And what year did you graduate?
Let's see, it was 92, I guess.
And after you completed your education, you were licensed in 1992 as an LPN in
Mhm.
Mississippi.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever practiced in any other jurisdictions?
No, ma'am.
Only in Mississippi?
Yes, ma'am.
And your license was revoked in April of 2021, is that correct?
That's right.
Did you work from 1992 until April of 2021 as an LPN?
I worked up until 2018. That's when the chemos quit working with my wife and she was placed on hospice. So I stayed with her for that year, a little over a year. She died December 6th, the 2nd. And I was probably, after about 6 months, went and reapplied at the nursing home and got hired, and I worked there until April 15th till this happened.
Okay, so your wife passed away in December of 2018, is that
No, ma'am,
November.
2019,
19? December of 2000.
second. Mhm.
How long had she been in hospice before that time?
It was a year, a little over a year.
Could you tell this board panel about what took place between October and November of 2018 while you were employed?
What took
at
place?
Jefferson? Yes, about the underlying charges related to the revocation of your license.
I don't understand what you're asking. I'm sorry.
I'll just rephrase it. The final order of the board that you received on, or it was signed April the 15th of 2021. In that order, it states that while you were working at Jefferson Davis Extended Care Apprentice, you pre-charted administration of medicine to a patient and failed to account for medication dispensed for a patient via documentation of administration, waste, or return. And it has some documentation errors or omissions for hydrocodone between the dates of 10/26/2018 and November the 19th, 2018. What can you tell us about why this occurred?
Oh, I honestly did not know how anything came up unaccounted for. You can't give the medicine unless you check it out on the computer. They have to sign it out. My account was never short. I just honestly don't know how it cannot be accounted for.
Were you terminated?
I was after the order, I went to my DON. Well, she had already knew what was going on, but went to her and told her that they had been revoked. And managed to switch over from nursing to housekeeping, just so I could keep my insurance.
I saw that in the record. So you are still working at that facility, but in housekeeping,
That's right.
and you have been since what time?
Since,
April of
Mm,
2021?
yeah,
So just to clarify, your board hearing was on October the 8th, 2020, and you didn't show at that hearing. And it's your testimony today that you thought you were going to receive ASP documents in the mail and didn't?
right. Since I had agreed to that, I didn't think about no hearing. I didn't know about the hearing until I called back about 7 or 8 days later. And he said, we already had the hearing. I was like, well, here you go.
So do you know when you filed this application for restoration, about what time?
It was shortly after the 15th, if not on the 15th.
So if I told you that you filed your restoration application on April the 19th, 2022, that sounds about.
Yes.
right.
Mhm.
And so in your order that was dated April 15th, 2021, it stated that you had to wait a year before applying again. for
That's right.
restoration. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You waited exactly a year and then you filed your restoration application.
I did.
Now, in looking at your application, I noticed that you didn't list any continuing education. Have you done any continuing education courses?
I thought they were in the folder.
Oh, okay, so on your application, where it says continuing education, you didn't list anything. Now, you do have some documentation in the back. Is that a complete list, the documents, the certifications in the back of the continuing education you've done?
Yeah.
And how many continuing education classes have you done?
What is it, like 5, I think.
Do you have any history of drug addiction?
No.
And you have a copy of what's been marked B7
Yes.
in front of you, and that's a PMP.
Mr. Spice, could you move the mic a little closer to you, please?
And I noticed that on your PMP, you have a lot or several prescriptions for tramadol. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell this board panel why you take tramadol?
I have neuropathy from waist down. So I take that.
And who do you see for the neuropathy?
His name is, it's the Pain Management Clinic on Lincoln. in Hattiesburg, Lincoln Road. His name is Josh. I think it's Josh. I got switched. I did have a lady and then she left and I went to this guy. I think his name is Josh.
And how long have you been taking tramadol
Oh,
for
Lord,
neuropathy? Since what year approximately?
2021.
2021? And you were not taking tramadol before 2021?
No,
Have you ever been addicted to hydrocodone?
no,
You ever had any criminal charges?
no.
Mr. Spice, could you please tell the board panel why you're seeking restoration of your LPN?
I just trying to start over and get my life started back after the wife died, trying to get that going. I thought I was ready. It's actually been a blessing, being off this year. It's gave me a chance to heal emotionally and everything. And I feel that I'm strong enough and ready to return.
And you touched on this briefly, but you are still employed, is that correct, at Jefferson Davis, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You just do housekeeping now?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board panel for Mr. Spikes?
I've got one. Mr. Spikes, back when the hearing was scheduled that you didn't attend to, apparently it was reported quite a few hydrocodone 5 milligram that went to the same patient, that either you documented prior to giving it, you didn't document on it. Is there any alibi to that? Or are you aware? Did your nursing director meet with you about that? Did anyone counsel you?
No,
You never received a reprimand, a medication error, and nothing?
no, that's true.
Okay, so you have no knowledge at all of and it was all for hydrocodone 5 milligrams. It looked like you gave it to the same patient.
From what I can remember back then, there was a patient, that was a heavy patient. She couldn't talk. She had a stroke and she would have facial grimaces.
Hmm.
So I would give her the medication to her.
But
That was a thing I checked on every time I worked.
without a whole lot of information here, and I'm not trying to retry a case, I'm just trying to get some clarification here. So when you got the hydrocodone out, did you sign it out on the narcotic log?
Mhm.
So your counts were always correct.
Always correct.
So apparently the problem here was you failed to document, or you documented early on giving the medicine. Is that true?
I guess so.
Did you ever take the medicine home?
No,
You always gave the medicine you signed out.
I did.
That's all I have.
Okay, you was never terminated. You're the one who,
I was able to transfer from nursing to housekeeping.
right, but you went to your nurse manager and told her that you had been revoked.
Yes. Yes,
He was working up until then.
yes.
She never did come to you, tell you, she never did write you up or anything about
No, ma'am.
that.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Ms. Salter?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Spice, if you have a closing statement, you can make it at this time.
I have mine.
Ms. Salter.
Again, I would just request the board panel consider the factors for restoration of a license pursuant to Rule 1.12. Thank you.
This time I entertain a motion for the board to enter closed determination regarding whether executive session is necessary on this matter.
I'll make the motion. I'll second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to exit to executive session regarding license number P 274-063. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Is now in executive session for deliberation on this matter. We will return with a decision. Thank you. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are back on the record. Now entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
Make the motion.
I said,
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number P 274-063, the board panel renders the following: reinstated with no restrictions. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Spice. You may be excused.
Thank y'all.
I do show that we have two other matters remaining on the docket. We'll break for lunch now and return at 12:45.
I was just trying to adjust the camera.
Before the board panel. License number R 911-850. Case number 2022-0640. Edward Slaughter. All right, everyone, we'll begin with opening statements. We'll hear arguments from each side. We'll allow for questioning. After we've heard from both parties, we'll have closing statements. The board panel will make findings of fact and conclusions of law. A copy of the order will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of the conclusion of these proceedings. At this time, I'll ask that all witnesses be sworn in.
Can you please raise your right hand? Please you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. For the record, there is a quorum present. These hearings are open to the public. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Walker, do we have any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. Can we introduce in evidence B1 through B15? And for the record, on B5, there is a typo in the orders of the summary suspension order. Could be Mr. Edward Slaughter's name at the top of that order.
We will note that for the record. Mr. Slaughter, have you had an opportunity to review these exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any objection?
No, sir.
Thank you. They are admitted. Mr. Slaughter, you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
No, sir.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
I do.
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf.
Yes, sir.
Is your testimony, you're ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel, we can begin with your opening statement.
Thank you. We are here today because the actions of Mr. Slaughter on August the 15th, 2022 are in violation of the Mississippi Code annotated in the Mississippi Administrative Code governing the rules of nursing. Specifically, Mr. Sauter violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1 L, and that he engaged in unprofessional conduct as stated in Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2 F1. Practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood altering substances as evidenced by a positive drug screen. Mr. Sauter was under the influence when he reported to work, which is conduct that is likely to harm the public. This is in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1K. These actions fail to meet the generally accepted standards of the practice of nursing, which is violation of 73-15-29-1E. Pursuant to the authority found in the Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to revoke or suspend the license of Mr. Sauter to practice as a registered nurse in the state.
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
May I just tell what happened to start? Or
Well, we'll have an opportunity for you
Okay.
to do that. If you don't have an opening, that's okay.
that's
Council, you can begin.
Let's call Wanda Jones. Yeah. Mr. Wanda, please state your name, county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record.
Tawanda Jones, place of residency is Rankin County, and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
I've worked here 5 years.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations that resulting in disciplinary actions related to the nursing license?
Yes,
And is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints received related to the individuals licensed by the board to practice nursing?
yes.
Okay, would you please turn to page, exhibit B2 and tell the board what that document is?
This is a license verification document.
Mr. Slaughter, first license in Mississippi.
His first license, January 28th, 2019,
What's your license?
an RN.
You go to exhibit B3, what does it show under the license status and the license?
Administratively inactive and suspended.
Would you please turn to exhibit B5? That fourth page, I believe it is. What is that document?
That is an order for suspending the license.
Okay. On exhibit A in B5, could you tell the board what that document is too?
B5 is a complaint.
And what's being charged against Mr. Slaughter today?
Okay, the first charge is violation of 73-15-29-1, engaged in unprofessional conduct, specifically testing positive for alcohol in violation of Title 30 Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2 F1. Also engaged in conduct likely to harm the public in violation of 73-15-29-1K, and engaged in conduct that fails to meet the general accepted standards of nursing in violation of 73-15-29-1E.
The complaint, what facts support that charge?
The facts that support the charge is that on August the 15th, 2022, Mr. Slaughter reported to work, and he was described by his coworkers as having a slurred speech and an unsteady gait. And he admitted to drinking alcohol and taking Norco prior to his shift. His blood alcohol results confirmed that he was intoxicated.
Can we go to B6 and tell the board what that is, what document is?
B6 is a drug screen report.
And what does it say at the bottom of that for his blood alcohol?
Blood alcohol level is 281.
What does it say about results greater than 80?
Results greater than 80 are considered legally intoxicated.
Can you go to B8 and then tell us who gave the statement in B8?
B8 is a statement by Jacob Leggett, RN, who was the ER director.
And what does he say that was observed by two nurses at the hospital regarding the actions of Mr. Slaughter?
Mr. Slaughter had a unsteady gait and slurred speech. And at one point, the coworkers could not understand what he was saying.
And what does Mr. Leggett say that Mr. Slaughter told him that he consumed that day?
Mr. Slaughter informed them that he had drank the beer and taken a narco prior to coming to work.
Okay, going to B9, can you tell the board what this is?
B9 is a statement that Mr. Slaughter provided to the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
What does he admit to in that statement?
In this statement, he admits to drinking beer and taking a narco prior to coming to work.
You say anything about what his coworkers observed?
Yes, he mentioned that his coworkers informed him that his speech was slurred and he had an unsteady gait.
Did he deny anything in that?
No, he did not deny any of the allegations.
Okay, would you look at B10 and B11? Tell the board what those are.
B10, B11 are witness statements from his coworkers.
And can you kind of sum up what both of those said for the board?
Both statements indicated that Mr. Slaughter face was red, his eyes were red, and his speech was slurred. That's it.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Slaughter, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, ma'am. No, sir, I'm sorry.
Any questions for this witness from the board panel? If that concludes her testimony, counsel, she may be excused. Anything further at this time, counsel?
No, sir.
Right, Mr. Slaughter, you can now share with the board your position on this matter.
Again, my name is Edward Slaughter Jr. I'm a former ER nurse at Ottawa County Hospital Emergency Department in Starkville.
Sorry, could you move the mic a little?
Yes,
closer?
I'm sorry.
Slow down just a bit for
Do I
us,
need to repeat that?
please.
Okay. Again, my name is Edward Slaughter Jr. I'm a former ER nurse from Ottawa County Hospital Emergency Department in Starkville. I was terminated around August the 15th. I had gotten off shift that morning. I did go home, drink beer. I could not go to sleep, so I did take a pain pill. I went to bed about noon and then got up around 6 that evening to continue my next shift. When I arrived at work, I clocked in, went to get coffee, did not get report on any patient as of yet. And then that's when my supervisor, my floor supervisor, asked me if I had been drinking. I did not deny it. And I said, I would like to talk to the house manager. So she instructed me that she would have to call my director, Jacob, who ended up coming to the hospital. I did not touch any patient that night. I went to Jacob's office and I consented to a urine tox and a BAL. Met with our human resources representative, and then they rescheduled the meeting for 2 days later. I then met with our CNO and human resources and Jacob as well. And that's when I was given the results of my BAL. And I was terminated at that point. I do not deny anything I did. Regretful. I've been in the medical field for 30 years. I was a paramedic at first, and then at the age of 42, decided to go back to nursing school. So I've been an ER nurse for 3.5 years. I don't know how to do anything else. During that time, my 30 years, I've never had any kind of counseling. I've never gotten in trouble. To my knowledge, I've done a knockout job up until this point. not to make excuses, but my father did pass in December of last year, and I moved in with my mom to help her with the bills. So that increased my drinking. I did not drink every day, but when I did drink, I would binge drink. And then knowingly, like that day, went into work. I talked to, what was her name? That was here just a moment ago. I spoke to her after I turned myself in, and she directed me to the, what's it called? The volunteer program. And I spoke with Ms. Sharon Russell at that time, and she kind of explained what that meant, and I accepted on joining it. However, I did not realize there was a deadline. I thought I had to come before you, the panel, first before I could start any kind of recovery program to have my license reinstated or keep it for that matter. I guess what I'm asking the panel, if there's any way I can operate with a restricted license with the stipulation of being in a recovery program. And my friend who came with me, he's worked with me for 30 years, and he's been through the recovery program himself. He's been my backbone through this to try to lead me. He's getting me set up with AA meetings, and we're going to go from there.
Mr. Walker, any questions for Mr. Slaughter?
Yes, Your Honor.
May proceed.
Mr. Slaughter, will you please state your name, residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Edward Slaughter Jr., 2317 Starkville, Mississippi, 2317 Bethel Road, Starkville, Mississippi, Oktibbeha County. And currently employed, I'd say, as assistant manager at a tanning salon, Ultimate Tan.
And can you tell the board, I know you said you had 30 years in the medical field. Can you tell us your educational background?
Yes, I went to Mississippi State University and was in biological sciences, then went to EMT school. And after that, went to intermediate school, EMT, and then became a paramedic. I worked as a paramedic for close to 18 years. And then at the age of 42, decided I was too old to be jumping out of the back of the truck. So went back to nursing school, and I went to EMCC Community College in Mayhew, Mississippi. And I graduated in 2018 with honors and got my license and began at OCHER in 2019.
So is OCH the only place you work other than being a paramedic as far as a nurse?
Yes.
Have you had any issues there before?
No, sir.
You never had any issues with paramedic? No disciplinary action?
No, sir. I've actually worked there off and on 3 different times, like as a paramedic, ward clerk, all through my life, and lastly as a nurse.
You said that that day you drank before you went to work. Do you typically drink before you go to shift?
Sometimes I do when I get off shift, I would drink.
So what's your shift normally?
7P to 7A.
So when you would drink, when you got off, is there a time you cut off drinking or?
Close to noon, between 10 and noon.
So is there a certain amount you would drink before? Because you said earlier when you drank, you binge drink.
It would
So-
vary, and it was always beer, so I could drink anywhere from like 6 to 12.
That would just depend on how many you drink before 12 o'clock or?
That would depend on my mood, basically, like the night before, what our shift partook in and how I felt that next day, and basically to go to sleep
So you just drank to go to sleep?
most of the time.
And that day you said you took a Norco pill?
I did,
What was the reason for that?
because I couldn't go to sleep.
The beer just wasn't doing it?
No, sir.
When did you start drinking, I guess? Was this while you were a paramedic or did it start when you're nursing?
It began back during COVID, when we would start keeping critical care patients overflow. And there are only a few of us that were challenged or charged with the duties because they have a different, how do I say, narrative system, a different computer system upstairs in ICU. So there are only a few of us who were selected to train to do that. Then we would lose nurses, so we would have to work extra shifts. And that's when I would start drinking, when I would get off work.
Because you picked up the extra shifts?
Just the added stress.
So did you drink before?
Not socially.
So would you say you have a drinking problem?
I'm starting to realize that since I went into work after drinking, and Was inebriated.
Do you take any medication currently?
Yes.
Is the drinking a coping mechanism, or you think it's just strictly a problem you developed since COVID?
Both,
Both.
I would say.
You said earlier a couple of times that you went into work, but you didn't see any patients. Is it fair to say you intended on seeing patients that day?
Yes.
What do you think would keep you from, you also said that you were talking about AA meetings. Have you been to any AA meetings?
I have not yet. My friend has set me up with those.
When was the last time you had a drink?
It's been about 2 months ago.
So roughly, this was in. This is
It was
August.
like the 1st of October last time I drank.
So if you were to have to give one today, you would pass a urine test.
Yes, sir.
Do you think if the board reinstated, let you keep your license, would you be able to comply with that?
I would hope so.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. Any questions from the panel for Mr. Slaughter?
Have you been to any type of rehab or any kind of treatment for this?
Not yet.
And when you did go to work that night, was that, I know that you drank some before work typically, but, did you often take pain medication or other?
And that was the first time, and it was actually pain medicine from my former father that passed.
Had you ever taken his medicine before,
Mm-mm.
even not?
No, man.
Do you ever recall, going to work when you felt the level of inebriated that you were that night?
I have not actually, and that's why I think that I've become pretty much an alcoholic. If I can function and do my shift and take care of patients like that, and on the days that I did drink, but this day in particular, I knew better.
I feel like your drinking really revolved around nursing and working in a stressful environment.
Not necessarily. I think that compounded with it, with family life as well, what was going on with us and to take care of mom, so.
Was there any other drug use, prescription or otherwise? And would you, I know you said you've been doing to some AA meetings. When did you start doing that?
I have not yet, and that's what I was,
setting up.
Mr. Walker, yes, my friend, he set me up with them.
So do you have a sponsor or have you had?
He's gonna be my sponsor.
Okay. So what, do you have what you would give us a sobriety date? I know it said 2 months ago, but do you have a sobriety date that you would?
Since it was 2 months ago and I don't know the exact date, I would pick a date as like today. I mean, I have not drank since then, but 2 months ago, and that's,
You feel that you, since all this has happened, that I know that you're gonna set up with your AA meetings, but have you kind of established any other coping mechanisms for stressful situations, or if you were to go back to work as a nurse?
I do have a friend who's a psychiatrist, and she and I have talked, and especially about the home life and what's going on with that. So she would probably be a counselor for myself if it got to that, which I think it's gotten that way.
So you'd be willing to do counseling, therapy, or any other type of treatment that the board asks you to do?
Absolutely.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Yourself an addict?
I didn't, but with me there again, going into a shift and knowingly having the drink, then I think that's an addiction.
But today you would consider yourself an addict?
I would.
How long, and you might have already said this, how long have you been binge drinking?
It's probably off and on since 2001, when we really started hitting the COVID hit. And we were taking care of those patients, and I'd go home.
Well, give me your date again, 2000.
I mean, 2021.
Okay, 2020.
I'm sorry,
That's fine. That's fine.
but it would just be sporadically. But then, like I said, when Dad passed this past December, the beginning of this year, it got more frequently.
Honestly, have you ever gone into work intoxicated before? prior to this?
Probably. I mean, not say that I felt it that way, but I was probably able to handle it, even though that I did cut off drinking at noon every single time, but I still, I'm sure had it in my system.
So this day you went in with a blood alcohol level of 281. Anything over 80 is considered intoxicated.
Yes, sir.
You stopped drinking at noon that day?
Yes, sir.
You didn't have any drink before you went into work?
No, sir.
I think Laura asked the same question, but I'm gonna ask you again. In order to continue practicing, are you willing to do whatever? Submit to drug screens, get chemical dependency help, go to AA meetings, have your sponsor. You need to understand there's got to be some form of accountability here.
I do.
Because you kind of set your bar. We got to know that if you go in taking care of patients, that you're safe. That's our job, to protect the public.
I understand. And yes, I do agree.
That's all I have.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Mr. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Walker, we can begin with your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1D provides that the board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of a registered nurse if that nurse violates the rules and regulations governing the practice of nursing. Mr. Slaughter violated 73-15-29-1L, engaging in unprofessional conduct, specifically Title 30 of the Mississippi Admin Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2 F1. Practicing the profession while under the influence is evidenced by positive drug screening. He also violated 73-15-29-1K, engaging in conduct likely to harm the public, and 73-15-29-1E, engaging in conduct that fails to meet the generally accepted standards of nursing practice. This was all done by Mr. Slaughter reporting to work, intending on seeing patients. His blood alcohol test revealed he was intoxicated, and further, Mr. Slaughter admits to being intoxicated. Accordingly, we would respectfully request this board panel exercise all available options in the board's power in regards to Slaughter's license to practice in the state of Mississippi in order to safeguard the life and health of patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter, if you have a closing statement, you can make it at this time.
Again, just to ask for leniency, if any way possible, and with the contingency of going through the programs being necessary, and even with restricted license, just to get back to what I do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Slaughter.
Thank you.
I think that will conclude this matter. Council, we have another matter.
Amy Collins.
Slaughter, you can have a seat in the gallery.
Thank you.
The next matter before the board panel. License number P322928. Case number 2022 2021-0744. 2021-0708. Amy Collins,
Yes.
we will begin with opening statements. We will hear from both parties. We will allow for questions to be asked and answered. If there is any follow-up, we'll allow for that as well. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of conclusion of these proceedings. At this time, I ask that all witnesses be sworn.
Please raise your right hand. Altered and that's about the face of the God.
Ms. Collins, you're not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
That's right.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes,
You also understand you have the right to have witnesses testify on your behalf?
yes,
But I understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued on your behalf by this board.
yes,
Your testimony is you're ready to proceed with this hearing today.
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, any preliminary matters?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I'd like to enter in evidence exhibits B1 through B2.
I don't know.
Ms. Collins, have you had an opportunity to review those exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any objection?
No,
They are admitted. Council, let's start with your opening statement.
Today we're here because the conduct of Ms. Collins, she is charged with falsifying or not making essential entries and records, which is violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1G. She is also charged with engaging in unprofessional conduct in violation of Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L, specifically Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, R 1.2 F1, practicing the profession while under the influence of drugs or alcohol as evidenced by a positive drug screen. And lastly, she is charged with possessing, obtaining, and administering drugs to sell except as legally directed, as set forth in Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, or 1.2 R. Ms. Collins was suspected of diverting drugs while employed at Briar Hill Rest Home and subsequently drug tested. She tested positive for opiates, and oxycodone. On numerous occasions, she failed to document administration of drugs she pulled. And lastly, while employed at Edgewood Health and Rehab, she pulled medicine on 2 different times on a patient who was no longer a patient at the facility. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to revoke or suspend the license of Ms. Collins to practice as a registered nurse in the state. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. Collins, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time. Mr. Walker, you may proceed.
I'd like to call Ms. Tawanda Jones again, Your Honor. Ms. Jones, will you please state your name, county of residence, and current place of employment for the record, please?
Wanda Jones, place of residence is Rankin County, and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nurses.
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
I have worked here 5 years.
And during that time, have you participated in investigations resulting in disciplinary actions related to the nursing license?
I have.
And is it part of your duties with the board to investigate complaints received related to individuals licensed by the board to practice nursing in the state?
Yes.
Could you please turn to B2 and I do that document for the board, please?
That is a licensure verification document.
And when does it say Ms. Collins was first licensed in Mississippi?
December 27th, 2007,
And what was she licensed as?
an LPN.
If we go to B3, what does it show under the license status and the license discipline?
B3, it is,
Let's say actually. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's fine. No, this one should say inactive because she's suspended by, will you go, please go to B5? On that fourth page, what does that document say on
Fourth
B5?
page.
Yes, ma'am.
that's a complaint. And then we have the order suspending the license.
And whose name is on that order?
Amy Collins.
You go back to the complaint, please. What are the charges against Ms. Collins in that complaint?
The charges against Ms. Collins are: 1, she violated 73-15-29-1L, engaged in unprofessional conduct, specifically testing positive for an illegal substance in violation of Title 30 Mississippi Administrative Code Part 2820 Rule 1.2 F1. Also violated 73-15-29-1L, engaged in unprofessional conduct, possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except an illegally directed in violation of Title 30 Mississippi Administrative Code Part 2820 Rule 1.2 R, and violation of 73-15-29-1G, falsified or in a repeatedly negligent manner made incorrect entries or failed to make essential entries on records.
And what are the facts and the complaints that support those charges?
Ms. Collins had a pattern of pulling narcotics for residents and not documenting on the MAR. And she also tested positive for opiates and oxycodone during an in-house drug screen.
Will you go to B6, please? Can you tell the board what that document is?
B6 is a facility report.
And where's that statement? Where's that report from?
Friar Hill Rest Home.
And in the paragraph dated 9/21/22, what is the facility notice about the drugs when Ms. Collins worked?
Says, while looking at these narcotic sheets, there were a few that were flagged. She reported all this information back to Ms. Jones. There were meds that were not given when the nurse Collins worked. There were meds that were signed out that the residents know nothing about and denies taking. And Nurse Collins has also signed out meds for future times.
Did it say anything about meds being pulled? What meds were pulled only by Ms. Collins?
In paragraph 1. Just says that there were many meds that were given while Ms. Collins worked, but they mainly were narcotics.
Was she the only one given those meds according to that report?
only given when Nurse Collins worked.
And the next paragraph dated 9/22/22. What does it say about Ms. Collins' drug screen?
It says Ms. Collins was asked to give a urine sample for the drug screen. Ms. Collins stated that she would, but she didn't have to urinate at the time and she would drink water to give it. And it was positive for opiates and oxycodone.
Okay, thank you. And according to the facility, what did they discover about the meds that were scheduled for later in that shift that day?
That those meds were pulled from the blister pack prior to the time.
Say who would remove those pills
Ms.
from this?
Collins,
And was Ms. Collins still at the facility when they discovered this?
she was not at the facility when they discovered that.
Let's go to B7. This is a statement from John Miles, the administrator of the facility.
Yes.
What does he say in his statement?
He interviewed several of the residents, and one resident in particular said that he had not taken a pain pill since the day that he was admitted to Briar Hill. He also interviewed another resident that stated he only takes oxycodone once at night in order to sleep and rest.
Okay, no, let's go to the next one, B8. What document is this?
That's a drug screen result.
And what is the test of those? That result?
The test shows for Ms. Collins is positive for opiates and oxycodone.
Let's look at one of these patients. On patient C, it's B11. We're not gonna look at all of the patients.
Okay.
What's the BMI? What's that patient's BMS score?
This is 15.
And what is the BMIS? Are you familiar with what that is?
That's a score that facilities use once they evaluate the resident to see how cognitive they are.
And it's 15 a higher score.
It is.
That means they're cognitive.
They're cognitive.
So they would know when they were asked what they were.
Yes. No.
Okay, can we look at the order? What's that order for? For that patient?
This patient has an order for tramadol.
And how many milligrams for the tramadol?
The orders for tramadol, 50 milligrams every 6 hours as needed for pain.
Okay, let's look at some of those dates on that narcotic log.
Okay.
Let's look at 9/5. What can you tell us about that date?
On 9/5 at 7 a.m., Ms. Collins checked out one of the tramadols, and on 9/5 at 1:20 p.m., she checked out another tablet.
And what about the MAR for that day?
On the MAR, there's nothing indicating that the drug was administered.
Let's look at 9/6. What about that day?
On 9/6 at 5:50 a.m., Ms. Collins took one tramadol, checked out one tramadol on 9/6 at 12:15 p.m. She checked out another tramadol for that particular resident.
Okay, and what about the MAR for that day?
There's no documentation on the MAR for the tramadol for that day for that resident.
Okay, and on 9/15?
On 9/15 at 5:10 a.m. and at 12:40 p.m., Ms. Collins signed out tramadol for that patient.
That's the only days that had issues that you noticed in your new investigation?
No, there were numerous days.
And what did the patient say about the number of times he had taken tramadol?
Okay.
Interview, I'm sorry.
The patient said that he had only taken tramadol once since the time that he was admitted into the facility,
And what was this patient's BMI again?
15.
Let's go to another patient, patient D, I believe it's in B14.
B14.
Yep.
Okay.
What was the order for on that one?
Okay. Okay, the order is for oxycodone, 10 milligrams, 1 tablet every 6 hours as needed for pain.
Okay, so on the narcotic log, let's just look at 9/7. What does it show for 9/7?
On 9/7, we have Ms. Collins checking out a oxycodone at 6:30 a.m., 1 o'clock p.m., 7 o'clock p.m.
And what is the MAR show for that day?
The MAR, there's no indication that that drug was administered.
At any of those times?
No.
And on 9/9?
On 9/9, Ms. Collins checked out the oxycodone at 8 a.m. and 2:15.
And what is the MAR show?
But there's a time on there for 8:38 p.m.,
So it was not when she reported.
not when she pulled it.
And let's look at 9/21.
On 9/21, 9/21, Ms. Collins pulled a oxycodone at 5:45 a.m. and 9:45 a.m.
What is the MAR show for that?
There's no indication that that drug was administered at those times.
So what was in between those pools? What was the time frame that medicine was pulled that you just said on that narcotics log?
Well, the order says every 6 hours, but on the 9/21 date, it was pulled out in a 4-hour window.
So it was pulled out less than what the order was for?
Yes.
Let's go to B16. This is the investigation for the Edgewood Health and Rehab.
B16.
What does the incident type say at the top there?
Says misappropriation of property.
And does the report say, that Ms. Williams was noticed about the medication count? What she was noticed about the medication count?
Yes,
What does it say?
the count was off by 2.
And along with the medication sheets, what does Ms. Williams say was missing?
The count sheet.
Is there any medication missing as well?
Yes.
Did she say what medication was missing from the patients?
Hydrocodone.
And who's it say that started a new count sheet?
Ms. Collins started a new count sheet.
And were the missing narcotics subtracted from that count sheet in that report?
No.
They weren't. What does Ms. Williams say about the dates and times that Ms. Collins signed out hydrocodone on the patient?
Well, the first, what was noticed is that on August the 4th, the hydrocodone was checked out at 12 and at 6 p.m. and that patient was in the hospital on that day.
So the patient wasn't at the at the facility when she pulled those?
No, she was not. She was in the hospital. And in addition, on the MAR, it shows the initial of Miss Collins. And if you look at the ledger in the bottom, it says that if a patient is refused a drug, you put a 2 by your initial, and Miss Collins put a 2 as if the patient refused the hydrocodone. But in fact, the patient was in the hospital, and the nurses 2 days prior to all indicated that the patient was actually out of the facility.
So the other nurses were notating that she was out of the facility and she was notating that she refused. Is that
Correct. That's correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Collins, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, sir.
Any questions for this witness from the board panel? Mr. Walker, if she has no further testimony, she may be excused.
I have no further.
Ms. Collins, at this time, you can share with the board your position on this matter.
Okay, to begin with, the anonymous report, I had an altercation with 2 CNAs that the morning of the 21st and had to send 2 of them home. And that afternoon, they received an anonymous report saying that I was diverting medication, or they assumed I was, or however she worded it. The next day, they came and asked me to take a drug test. I volunteered to take it. I told them up front that I had prescriptions for Norco and oxycodone for my kidneys and for an abscessed tooth that I did not take regularly. It was something that I just took as needed, which was not very often at all. I took the drug test. Of course, it came back positive for those. I volunteered to go get the prescriptions. Came back, I had one bottle. The other one, I didn't have a bottle. So I did stop by the pharmacy and get a printout so they could show. Both of them were, and I was unaware that a prescription had to be 6 months or less to be valid. I thought prescriptions were prescriptions, and within a year they were still valid. I didn't know. So that's where that came from, saying that I failed the drug test. The medication was taken the night before when I went to bed. So I didn't take anything before work. This was taken, before I went to bed the night before, but of course, something's going to stay in your system for a few days. So I tested positive. So that's what that is. As far as the signing everything out, my NARC count had never been off. I signed everything out as I gave it. As far as the gentleman that was saying that he had only taken one medication or never taken anything, what was going on with that is he never had to request anything from me. I was working 16 and 18-hour shifts from the time I started at this facility, most days, not all days by any means, but quite often. We only had about myself and the DON were the only 2 full-time nurses. I'm guessing what I believe is the reason why it looks like I'm the only one signing anything out is because I was the only regular nurse that knew the patients that was there at the time. And aides were coming to me, letting me know that these 2 particular residents were moaning, when they were being changed, that type of thing, and being cared for, and they were exhibiting signs of pain. So when I took them their medications, their regular routine medications, whether it be the morning time, afternoon, evening, whenever they let me know of something, I went on and put their pain medication in there with it. So if he may not have had to come up and ask me for something, because using nursing judgment and based off what I was being reported by the staff, he had it in there with his other medications. But as far as him coming up to me and asking, anyone coming up and him asking for something and me signing it out and giving it because he came and asked, no, that didn't happen. But also, let's see, it was something else. Oh, and as far as the not signing, that's correct. And I own up to that. And I admit that I signed everything out in the narcotic record when I would pull it. But as far as not signing it in the MAR, I did get lax on that. And that's my fault. That became a habit. And I honestly believe it was just out of stress from being so busy and things being so hectic. We were severely understaffed at this facility. So that's where that came in. That just became a terrible habit. I think in my mind, when I was signing out the NARC record, when I was pulling medications and I was taking it with medications, it just fell into a terrible habit that I wasn't going back into the PRN medication log in the MAR and signing it out there too. As far as the this at Edgewood, first of all, I did want to point out that I did sign these out as a 6, that they were in the hospital. It is listed as a 6 on here. It's not, I didn't put on there that they refused. It's in plain sight here. Also, this person in particular, they asked me about that. This person was in the hospital at the time. She got these medications routinely. When I got there that morning, I was not given an oncoming report from a nurse. And when I pulled her medications, all her routine medications, I just completely forgot she wasn't in the facility. So she had a cup full of medications that needed to have been destroyed. And when it came time to destroy them, we destroyed them into the Sharps container. And the second nurse just simply didn't sign beside me. She got distracted when they went to be wasted. They were wasted in the Sharps container. They just didn't get the second signature.
Any questions for Ms. Collins, Mr.?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Collins, will you state your name, residence, and current place of employment for the records, please?
Amy Collins in Simpson County. Do you need the address?
No.
Simpson County, Mississippi, and I'm currently working at Willsway Pediatric Behavioral Psychology as a behavior technician.
Can you tell the board your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from USM in exercise physiology in 1999. And then in 2007, I went back to nursing school and got my practical nursing degree.
When were you first licensed as your?
I think December of 2007. I started working in January of 2008.
And where'd you start at?
I started doing private duty and I worked at Hillcrest Nursing Home.
Is that the only 2 places you worked since?
No, I've worked at a few nursing homes throughout 15 years.
Have you, besides allegations today, have you had any action or any problem with the board before?
No, sir.
No complaints against you before?
These 2.
Are you currently on any type of treatment program or doing any counseling?
No.
Do you take any type of drugs or medication?
Not at all.
So you don't have any medication prescribed to you today?
No, nothing.
You said earlier that one of the things that stood out for the facility was that while you were working, you were the only nurse that signed any of those drugs out. You said that was because you were the only regular nurse. Is that correct?
I feel like it was because I was the only routine regular nurse that was familiar with the patients. Anyone else, I mean, we'd have someone PRN that work 2 or 3 days and they wouldn't come back. We'd have another PRN, no one else. There was no consistency. Again, we were severely understaffed. There was a point in time and again, I was coming in at 5 and 5:30 in the mornings and staying till 11 most nights. I was having to do all 3 shifts on one cart and the DON was doing the other. That went on for it was a lot.
But if somebody else was are you saying because you knew the patient better, that's why you were the only one administering their drugs?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, I'm wondering I feel that the CNAs knowing me and being comfortable with me, and they were letting me know that these patients, and then of course, as I learned the patients too, that these patients needed something or what was going on with them to cause them to need something. So.
But you see why that seems odd.
Yes. Oh, yes.
You also said that it was hectic. You admitted to not documenting when you should have, and that your reasoning was because it was hectic. But
Yes, that's the only, there's no excuse for that. That's the only thing that I can say on that matter is it was just so much going on, so hectic, and we were so severely understaffed. It just became a terrible habit of when I would sign medications out and go give the medications, and I would sign my MAR in the computer. It's just that last little factor of going into the PRN, if something was PRN, and signing that out as well. That was getting overlooked.
But it only hectic. Is that?
Yes, but yeah, it is fair to say nursing can be stressful and hectic. That's fair to say.
Is it not a pretty good rule? I'm not a nurse, so I know I've heard this probably 100 times since I've been here, but if it's not documented, it didn't happen, is that correct?
That's correct.
So you said on the waist of the one from the lady that you said you documented that was in the hospital that was no longer a patient of the facility, you wasted that. The other second nurse didn't sign?
Second nurse, she was distracted or whatever was going on with her, and she didn't put her signature on the book at the time. She was going to go back, I guess, and do that, but it didn't happen.
So whose responsibility is that? How does that work? Is it your responsibility to make sure that somebody's there to witness when you face something?
She was there to witness it. She just didn't put her signature down. Something came up or she was distracted at the time. That's been quite some time ago. I don't remember all the details of it, but she just didn't have her signature on it. So it looks like I pulled it and gave it to someone who wasn't in the facility. So that's on me. That makes me look bad.
Have you ever taken drugs from a facility you worked at?
No.
But you realize why that's in question, right?
Yes, I understand that. Yes. And I understand the way it looks.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any question for Ms. Collins from the panel?
Yes.
Simon?
All right, Ms. Collins, do you understand what the BIM score means?
Yes, I do.
So if a resident's got a BIM score of 13, that means what?
He's pretty quite cognitively aware, and he can tell you if he's asked for something and gotten something.
And
Yes,
if they have a BIM score of 15, what does that mean?
that's even better.
Even better. That's probably as cognitive as you and I.
Right.
correct?
Hmm.
So every single patient that's listed here has a BIM score of 13 or higher,
Hmm.
which means they are cognitive enough to say when they took a pill and when they did.
Right.
You signed out numerous pills, and these residents are saying they didn't get it.
Right. And
Where did the medicine go?
that's what I'm saying. That's where I say that they were being given as that was being reported to, and observing myself in addition to staff letting me know how they were acting when they were being changed or being moved or during therapy and that type thing. They were being given with their routine medications. So they were getting a cup full of medication. Some may have 10 pills, some may have 17, so
How long have you worked in nursing homes?
in nursing homes, I've been nursing for 15 years.
15 years. So you understand a resident with a BIM score of 15 most likely is going to know every pill in that cup, and they're going to question you if something looks wrong, correct?
Right.
Don't you think some of these residents would know if they were getting pain pills?
I guess that's fair to say. Yes.
That's likely. You understand that if you took pills from a resident, discharged to a resident, that's also Medicare and Medicaid fraud.
Right.
Just want to make sure you know that. Edgewood, August, you did the same behavior. Then you get fired from Edgewood, you go over to Briar Hill and you start it again. You see, this looks like a trend.
Right.
I just need you to see what we're seeing.
I see what you're saying. Yes.
All right. Was both facilities severely understaffed?
No. And the Edgewood, like I mentioned before with Edgewood, that was just simply not getting a report. I was not given a report. I was not aware she was in the hospital, pulled her medications and went to give her medications, and she wasn't there.
But you pulled them twice.
Right.
So the first time you pulled them, you went to give them, you found out the resident wasn't there, then you pulled them again at 12 noon?
Yeah. I just forgot. I mean, I just wasn't thinking. Her pills were in a cup sitting there waiting to be wasted, and they were wasted.
You make it a habit to let CNAs do pain assessments and tell you when somebody needs medicines?
No, not at all. They come up to me and let me know if someone appears to be in pain or how they're acting or what they're doing when they're transferring them or changing them, dressing them, doing any kind of ADLs with them. And then I go and assess for myself. Therapy does the same thing.
So every time the CNA came, there's a difference in routine and PRN. Your residents at Briar Hill, all of them, their orders were PRN.
Mhm.
So all of those drugs you gave, CNAs report to you, and you went down and did a pain assessment on every one of them before you
Right.
gave them. And no resident, all 4 of them having a BIM score of 13 or higher, did not acknowledge getting a pain pill.
They did not, like I said before, they did not come up to me and ask me for anything. I didn't go to them and ask them specifically, do you want a pain pill right now? It wasn't like that.
But isn't that
It's
what
just,
PRN
it
is?
just, yes, you're right. But it just became over time as you get to know your patients and you know what they're having done and what they're doing at the time. You know, when when they need something to be given to them before therapy or that type thing, when therapy has let us know.
Is that
they're
part of
having-
nursing practice?
I guess not.
I have no other questions.
Anything further from the panel?
Have you been a nurse?
15 years.
Restate your education background.
USM, I graduated from USM. I have a bachelor's in exercise physiology from 1999. And then in 2007, I went back to school and got my practical nursing degree.
Anything further from the panel?
Just have one, to understand that you were kind of routinely giving PRN pain medications. Were you letting the residents know that's what you were doing? Were they aware that you were also giving them?
At times I would mention there's a pain pill in here or your aide has said this or that, but it wasn't every single time.
So you were giving them a pain medication without their knowledge?
Well, they had a prescription for it. They had the doctor's order for it. And per my assessment and staff letting me know also that they needed something at that time.
But do you not routinely discuss the medications you're giving your patients?
Not every single time.
Especially something that really isn't listed as routine for them?
Not every single time. That wasn't a habit of mine to tell a patient every single time to go over every medication that they were taking each time.
I guess what I mean more so is, it's been my experience as a nurse that when I'm giving a medication that is, the patient is not typically receiving or is listed as PRN, that I would let the patient know, hey, you reported some pain, I've given you your pain medication.
Right.
And then, because at what point did you go back in and reassess and make sure your pain medication is working? Is the patient going, well, what are you talking about?
Right.
Or are you following up and reassessing?
With an observation and with staff reports, with how they're transferring, how they're getting along, if they're resting better, those type things. If they're still grimacing, appearing in pain.
At your facility in your charting, do you have to give a numerical pain score on initial assessment prior to?
I don't think that was in the charting there. I don't think that was in part. I have in facilities. I know what you're talking about. Yes.
It's like typically on an MAR, you would have to give a pain score
Mhm.
and then a follow-up.
No, yeah, no, that wasn't in the computer system there.
So you're not typically asking patients to rate their pain. score.
Not in this facility. Not in this facility.
So would you say it's safe to say there were times your patients were unaware that they were receiving pain medication?
Probably.
Do you see how that's kind of would be a problem? That your patients would be unaware of what they're receiving a narcotic?
Yes, I see what you're saying.
Anything further from the panel? Any follow-up, Ms. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
You can have your closing at this time, counsel.
Thank you. Annotated 73-15-29-1D provides that the board has the power to suspend or revoke the license of a registered nurse if that nurse violates the rules and regulations governing the practice of nursing. Ms. Collins violated 73-15-29-1L, engaging in unprofessional conduct specifically Title 30 of the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2 F1, practicing the profession while under influence, as evidenced by testing positive for opioids and oxycodone. Ms. Collins obtained drugs and administered drugs in a way that was not legally directed in violation of Title 30, the Mississippi Administrative Code, Part 2820, Rule 1.2 F1. She also made repeated false entries on essential records, which is a violation of 73-15-29-1G. She signed out hydrocodone on a patient 2 different times on a date that the patient was no longer a patient at the facility. She has shown a pattern of behavior and not just mere carelessness. Her pattern of behavior is a danger to the health and safety of the public. Accordingly, we would respectfully request this board panel exercise all available options within the board's power in regards to Ms. Collins' license. Thank you.
Ms. Collins, if you have a closing, you can make it at this time.
Just ask that the board have leniency and spare my license. And even if it's in a restricted manner or a different field of nursing, anything. Just, I love nursing. I love taking care of other people. Like I said, I just became overwhelmed and it fell into a bad habit of not signing things on the MAR.
Thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board to go into closed determination as to whether executive session is necessary on these matters.
I'll make the motion.
Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board to exit to executive session for deliberation on license number R911850 and license number P322928.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. The board is now in executive session. We will return with decisions in each of these matters. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are back on the record. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
Make a motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number 911-850, the board panel renders the following. The license is currently suspended. However, the respondent will be allowed to obtain a probationary license once he has completed his preconditions within 180 days. To include evaluation for chemical dependency, psychiatric, psychological evaluation, $500 fine, 60 months probation, indirect supervision, employer reports, fees, quarterly reports. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of completion of these proceedings. Are there any questions? Hearing none, Mr. Slaughter, you may be excused. Following deliberation on license number P 322928. The board panel renders the following. The license is revoked with drug-related recommendations to include chemical dependency. A copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee within 45 to 60 days of the conclusion of these proceedings. Are there any questions? Yes. May be excused. Is there any further business before the panel today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hearing none, that will conclude board business for today.